May the 2nd. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and welcome, welcome, welcome to my desk. Let me zoom way in. Got a little bit of a shine over here. Let's see if I can take care of that. I do hold my phone in my hand when I'm first starting, so you'll see a little jiggling while I put it up on the stand and get it set up. It seems like I have to do that now. Yep. Little jiggle, Friday morning jiggles. There we go. Let me zoom in just a little. Well, that's a little too much. So today I'm going to work on ATC passport swap with Janet Young and Dee Dee are hosting that. I sketched half of them yesterday. We set it up yesterday, so I'm just finishing them up. It'll probably take me today into next week to get them done, but I want to get them mailed off. If you want to know about the swap, it ends on May 30th. You can find all the information on Dee Dee's channel, Dee Dee Willingham, Inky Well, and on her post tab, you'll have to scroll down a little. So, yes, that's going to be fun. I have some happy mail to open, and then I'll just be doing other various things. So welcome to my desk. We're off to a great weekend. Yes. Let me get set up. I have a notepad over to my side here where I can watch chat as people who come in. It's an older notepad, but it does the job. Sometimes. So welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm on a little early this morning. I usually don't come on until 6 o'clock, so I think I'm the only one in here right now, but folks will be coming in, hopefully. Let's see. Dum-dee-dee-dee-dum-dum-dum. I need to set the quality on my tablet. Up from 480 to 1080. And let's set the chat while I'm here. Chat filter from top messages to all messages. There we go. Oh, it says I have 6 of you in here. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. If you're up in the balcony, that's quite all right. I'm good with that. I'm not seeing any chat, so I think you're up in the balcony saying, I gotta spend my Friday morning in. So I'm working on the passport swap, but what I have first is some happy mail to open. Let's open some happy mail. So I got a postcard here from Janet Baum. Thank you, Miss Janet. A pretty postcard. So I'm going to put that in my happy mail bucket and add her name to the list. I will probably do some postcards. I have what I'm calling my postcard game now, where if I get happy mail from somebody, they go on a list, and then I make a postcard and send out. That seems to work for me. But I need to revamp my list because I've added some people. So Janet Baum, and then I got some happy mail from Dee Dee. I wasn't in her stream this week, but I think it was last week. And she found something that had Nebraska on it. And she said, well, this needs to go to Meri because I am in Nebraska. And then she had a game where she was a giveaway. And she says, now, Meri, you don't participate in the giveaway because I have a envelope for you already. So, wanting to participate, I played for Arlene. But we didn't win. I'm so sorry, Arlene. There's Teresa. Good morning, Teresa. Hi, Jacqueline. Good morning, ladies. Jacqueline, are you selling tonight? Put your sale information in the chat, and I will pin the I will pin it. I am using some of Jacqueline's papers to do an inspiration page in my packing paper journal. And I am working on that, but I want to work on the ATCs this morning because I do want to get those finished. All right, I think I have this opened enough to pull out the ephemera that Dee Dee sent. Good morning, ladies. Here we go. Let's pin Jacqueline's message. Whoops. Pin message. There we go. What are you selling tonight, Jacqueline? Look, Dee Dee always puts a smile on her happy mail. I know it comes from Dee Dee because it has this little smile. Little smiley face. You're very welcome. Oh, and here's the Nebraska. Oh, it's a cowgirl. How cool. How cool is that? A cowgirl. A Nebraska. Oh, look, some Monopoly community cards. Cool. Chance cards. You have been elected chairman of the board. Woo! Pay each player $50. Oh no! I don't have $50 to give each player. Wine-colored purple and gray, and maybe some coffee and green too. Ooh. Jacqueline's going to have a sale. She sells dyed papers, but she also sells some journals and my last package from her, I got these wonderful dangles from her. Take a ride on the reading. If you pass go, collect $200. Well, there goes my $200 for the $50. Get out of jail free. I could use that one. Here, let's put my little Nebraska card here. Go back 3 spaces. That always happens in my life, going back 3 spaces. Advance to the nearest railroad and pay, oh no, owner twice the rental to which he is otherwise entitled. If railroad is unwanted, you may buy it from the bank. Ooh. And then we have it looks like a mail tag, cash on delivery, article number. That's cool. Thank you, Dee Dee. And some little thread wraps here. Little thread spools. You can wrap ribbon and thread around these. This is a cool. Thank you so much, Miss Dee Dee. And then here's some ephemera paper. Oh, it's an envelope. Oh, how cool is this? And it's even postmarked. Grit Pattern Department, Williamsburg, Pennsylvania. Pattern number. Ooh. No pattern in there, but that's cool. I don't need the pattern. And some little tags. And then, what's this? Progressive Farmer. Progressive Gardener. I bought some dirt yesterday. My brother wanted to go to town. He was out of milk and meat. He says, I wasn't going to go. I was going to stay home and garden. And he said, do you want to go? And I said, yes. Here's another Pattern Department envelope from the Progressive Farmer. House coat pattern. I guess I'll have to design a house coat to put in there. Very cool, Dee Dee. Thank you so much for this ephemera. I'm going to take these community cards and put the community cards and maybe the Nebraska in my packing paper journal. And I'll save this happy mail for another project. let's open this envelope now. Because I like to make pages out of my envelopes for my journals. And I'm trying to do this so I don't show the address on the other side. There we go. And I love how that comes through there. Yes. And it's got a postmark on the back. And we're going to put the Happy Mail inside. I'm going to put it in the bucket. And Janet Baum's card. I think tonight I'll play the postcard game where I draw a name out of my Happy Mail bucket. Let's get out the bucket. The Happy Mail bucket. It's right over here. Oh, it's heavy. Happy Mail bucket. Look at all this Happy Mail. And here's my list. But I'm going to go through this list again because I've got some more Happy Mail here from folks. And I might just start a new list. But I'm just going to add my Happy Mail right here. And then what I do is I have the names here, and then I put the numbers in random org. Now I think Arlene, I've already sent to Arlene, so I can check her name off here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Arlene is 7. 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm going to have to do a new list because my numbers and names are Dee Dee. I have several things from Dee Dee. And if you send me more than one, look, I have Arlene on here twice. If you send me more than one, this is done. We'll put an X there. I sent Arlene's on the 11th of April. I think I sent her an Easter Bunny card. So, but I have some more names to add, so I'm going to go through and revamp this list and maybe write it a little better. But at least I have it in here. If you send me more than one Happy Mail, your name gets on the list more than once. So let me get the bucket off of the... I think I'm going to have to get a suitcase. Oh. Thank you for the Happy Mail, Dee Dee and Janet Baum. And we're going to put these in my journal, but not now. I'm going to set them aside here. So what I'm doing is I'm going to watercolor today, and I'm sending my little doll heads off to various places in the world to do some urban sketching. So there's my doll heads here. We cut them out yesterday. And some of them might be kind of overlapping here. I think I still have 12. If I don't, oh, here's the other one, it fell. Well, we'll just put it in here. So, I am working on watercoloring today. The first 6. That head doesn't want to stay in. And I'm using Sennelier, I think that's how you pronounce it, watercolors, and they're honey-based. And of course, I've already lost the little paintbrush, but I have some more over here. So, I am working on, let me close this up. Well, let's take the first 6 out. Tanzania, I think I called my zebras Greece. I did. What's on the back of it? Yeah, I'm going to do my zebras first, And I sketched these out yesterday. Let me move the... Oops, I don't want to put that in there. Let me move the box. So, I have the Inca Trail, Bhutan. This is Bhutan here. And this is Ireland. This is Betty's going to South Africa with the camel. And I didn't look up that fish. That fish, I need to do a better fish. This is the Inca one. Did I get Inca on the back here? Yeah. Let's see, Randy goes on the back and Susie goes on the front. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing my zebra. He's over here. 6. And we'll work on the other 6. I'm doing 12 of them. I'm sending 10 to Janet Young. And she'll keep 1 and trade out 9. But I made 12, so I'm going to send 1 to Dee Dee and keep 1 for myself. That's how that works. So we're going to put the other 6 in there. And let's start with the zebra. Let's start with the zebra. Randy, I may have to look up and see Randy's fish. And I do have pictures of these that I took on my phone, which I can expand and see better. They are in my gallery here. View all. There's the zebra. So we'll put that up there and this down here. And I might zoom in just a little bit more, but you really can't see everything if I zoom in too much more. I had this open and then I always have trouble opening these watercolor. There we go. Let's put some water in here. And I'll show you my inspiration for doing the urban sketching came out of an art journaling magazine. And I want to make it, I'm not going to spend hours and hours on these. And I'll show you why. Let me get the art journal magazine. The water out of the way. Can you see? I think you can see. See, traveling. The traveling artist, and wherever she went, she did a watercolor, or it was Jacqueline Newbold. But look at her watercolor, how light it is, and it isn't. I tend to want to plaster when I go urban sketching. I plaster color on my paper, so I want to do it more in this style, maybe more like this. I really like this. This reminds me of the Ireland one. So this was my inspiration. And then I pulled my little pictures out of a travel magazine. I think it's called Wilderness Travel. I think I got that magazine as a result of watching Beth Schuler. She says, you can order this travel magazine, you get it for free. And I got a couple issues, and then they stopped sending it to me. She isn't going anyplace on our trips. I can't afford your trips. So I have my watercolor brushes out here. And so keeping it light. Got my notifications. The background is green, a very light green. So let me spritz my watercolor. And they do have a white in here and a black, which I appreciate. So I want to take this brush is a little bit, it's just a craft brush, I believe. I don't think this is a watercolor brush, but it's bushier. And I'm just going to go in, ew, what's that? Let me dump this water. I think I had pencil shavings or something in there. Let me get some clean water. I don't want specks in my water. Although it'll get messy once I get started here, but so I kind of want to zip through these and just lightly apply the color. But the other thing I want to do is I want to write, and I wrote Greece on the back of this zebra, and it's not Greece, it's Tanzania. So down in here, I want to write Tanzania. On here. And where's my zebra? It's Tanzania. So let's start over here. Get that out of my way. N Z A N Boy, I'm just going to get it on there. I-A. Tanzania. And let me erase Greece. I'll leave Holly on there for now. All right, because Holly, my doll, Holly, is going to Tanzania. And let's grab, I'm going to use a swatch paper here to see what my green looks like. Move this all over a little. My brush is here. Like that. All right, let's see what this green looks like. Oh, that's going to be perfect. All right, so all I'm going to do is real light come in with the green. Now, Holly, this is Holly out doing some urban sketching in Tanzania, and she's got to work fast because these zebras move fast. The zebras move fast. And I'll go in where I've got my printing and the lines on here. I will do some pen work on these to find my pens. I'm thinking Sharpie fine point pens. All right. That's all I'm going to do there. It's just a very, well, I might want it a little darker in spots here. So let's just put some, a little more darkness in there. And kind of now, while that's drying, I'm going to look for my Bic pen here. I think I took them out in the other room. I'm not sure. Do I have any in here? I'm looking over a four-leaf clover. Let me run out in the room. I want to get not a Bic pen, a Sharpie fine point. Now I'll just bring I keep this jar of pens out by my recliner because I'm always reaching for a pen. So there's where all my pens go. And my brother, that's by the phone, and we're always reaching for pens. Got a couple of extra pair of eyeglasses. There we go. And I'll just put those back after the stream. All right. I'm going to hit this a little with my heat gun just to make sure it's dry before I... And these will be watercolored. I'm not going to put any fixative or anything on them. I want to welcome you all in. Thanks for spending a Friday morning with me. Let me refresh my chat filter. I'll be working in the yard a little this afternoon. We're going to have a nice week coming up. We need to mow the lawn. There's some branches that need to be picked up. I got dirt for my flower pots yesterday for at least 5 of them. All right. And if these will kind of warp, it is watercolor paper, but I will make sure they're nice and flat before I send them out. Now let's take my Bic pen and outline Tanzania. Probably should have done that before I watercolored, but we're good. Just pretend my little doll is out urban sketching in Tanzania, and she doesn't have time to waste here, because those zebras are not going to stand still for too long. Now, I am going to take my eraser, wherever I threw it, and try to erase the pencil marks in there a little, clean it up a little. There we go. Now the zebras are in here, and I'm going to draw them out here. And he's got some tuft of his hair coming out there. His ear comes around like that. And his eye is fairly dark. And we'll come back to his nose area. And then the little one is in here. And he comes down like that. His eye is over here. And he's got a little bit of brown, but I don't know if I'll be able to get that on his. And his ear is in here. It's a little smaller. And then he's got some tufted hair here too. And he comes down like this. And then his hair is fairly dark in there. And you can kind of see in here on this larger zebra, look how he's got little tufts of hair there. So that's what I'm going to put in here. Little. And I think it goes almost all the way down, not quite. Now, on his tummy area and his neck area on the little one, it comes kind of curvy like that. And it actually, it's kind of interesting how long his, I guess you could call that a mane. So it's kind of like that. And he probably has a longer head than I have on here, but I'm doing my best. And then down into the tummy area, it comes like that. The stripes do. At least one very thick one. And then it kind of something like that. And then it has some legs, and it comes around. And then he's got a leg. It's hard to see. His leg kind of comes around in there. And let's go ahead and do his head here. Something like that. And then these are very, very, his nose is dark, kind of comes around. And he's got some brown in there. And then around his eye. Kind of defines around his eye up in here. I really need more. His face should have been longer. And then he's got some stripes down his nose here. He's not going to be perfect by any means. It kind of goes up around like that. It's hard to draw stripes on a zebra. And then on his back, it kind of, there's a leg area in here. And then these stripes kind of come around and down. I guess that I'm pretty happy with him. Now this fella has a nose here, kind of a little nostril in there, and around his eye he's got these real fine lines in here, and then he's got a line that comes around the eye, kind of comes up and back down. I mean, there's a lot of lines on these zebras. And then they kind of go like so. And I might put some shadow in here just to differentiate. Well, there's kind of the little line in there. All right, now up in here on the other side of the eye, let's make the eye a little darker. On the other side of that, there's just some real fine lines. You can hardly see them. And then the ear is here. And there's a little bit of a line going on in there. And then it kind of goes like that, sort of. Comes down and around. Not too bad. And then the zebra of on the larger zebra, these lines in here are much wider. See how much wider they are? So let's make them pretty wide. And then they kind of curve down and around. And I'm going to put, even though I have green in there, I'm going to put some lines in here. Now I'm pretty happy with it, but I think I need to define the outline of this a little bit more here. Pen work on this one is really important. And let's define his nose a little, and his eye. Okay, now get the lettering to show up, I'm going to use a fine brush. And I think I'm going to use this orangey red here. Yeah. And I thought that what I would do is splatter some walnut ink, just very lightly. I don't want to ruin them. I'm kind of going between the orange and the red. Yeah. Now, something in my heart wants to just take this red and kind of come in very light and put in some and maybe I need to blot that. Just a little bit of a shading in there. And let's come in with some more of this green. Up. And maybe down in here. I'm really using my, not using the same brush. Where's my other brush? I tend to trade off my brushes. There. Now, one more thing I want to do on here is if you look at this zebra, you'll see a little bit of tannish brown around his nose and in his ear there, kind of in there, a little bit on the eye. I want to add that. And I think I'm going to have to kind of, there's a brown and a, maybe here where I have the, I've got some water in there. Where I have the orange over here, mix some of this brown in with it there. And get sort of a brownish red, if I can. Get a little bit more red. There. And I just want to lightly, now you'll see, yeah, right in here, I just want to add a little there, a little up here on his ear, a little on his nose, and a little under his eye, just a teeny bit, maybe a little bit up in here in his ear. I think I'm pretty happy with that. Now, do I want to, I'd like to just lightly shade in a little more of these. So I'm going to hit that with the heat gun a little. It's not perfect, but it's not bad either. Now, see, they have this picture. I cut it off, but see, they have this picture framed in kind of a, on the magazine in gold. I think what I'm going to do is take this black and my ruler, and pull my watercolor out of the way. I feel like, I don't feel like my stripes are too defined here. Shade them in a little more. That's a little better. So the zebras have moved on with their day, and Holly's the name of my doll that's doing the zebras. She's just sitting here playing with her sketch now. She says, my zebras moved on, but I was able to capture them a little. Let's put a little more there. Maybe darken his nose a little more. Too mixed up in there. And see, I didn't bring those stripes clear down to the letter because I felt like it would just crunch everything together. All right, now what I want to do, There's the lid to my pen. Is take this pen and a ruler, my metal ruler, and just kind of do some lines. There's not enough lines on this ATC. We've got to add a few more. And thinking about it again, I don't think I'll splatter this because I'm afraid I'll mess it up. I don't want to mess it up. Run on my ruler. There we go. I want to stay light, but my heart wants to put more green in there. I think I better stop. I think I'm going to leave it alone. Now, I'm not going to document it until I figure out where I could put lines around it, but we'll do the backs later. So there's Tanzania for Holly. Sort of. Sort of. Not too bad. Not too bad. So that one's done. Now we have, let me come out and look at chat, but let's see, what do I have here? I have the Gertie went to Bhutan, and I just very, very lightly put in the shape of the buildings, and my Bhutan is right here. All right, so let me come out and look at chat. I'm gonna do that first. Mary, I'm in the wrong account.
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money.
Got the sound on. Hold on. Got an ad. Skip the ad. Come on, chat. My chat never comes up. Where's my chat? Oh, there it is. Let me set my chat to all messages. Hi, Belinda. Hi, Jersey. Welcome in, Jersey. Welcome in, Belinda. Jacqueline's here. She's having a sale tonight. She's put the link up above. We pinned it for her. Angie says, Laura, okay, if you can just pop in and say hello. Belinda says, good morning, Angie. Lala, did you pop in, Lala? Jersey said, I wish I could, Ange. I come back to this job with Andrew Friday evening. Laura comes on at 4. She comes on at 4. Oh, talking about Jacqueline. Yeah, we can't be every place, can we? I've learned that. You can't, I wish I could watch everybody, but it kind of tires me out. So I understand, and I understand if y'all can't stay. Let's see, let's put my zebra out here while I'm chatting. Laura, you should come to Jacqueline's cell today. We have so much fun. She has some nice things. You can just hang out with us. Jacqueline's so sweet and we have fun. She is sweet and it is a fun sale. I am going to work in the yard this afternoon though, so I might be a little wiped out. I might be a little wiped out. We'll see. Let's see. Dar is here. Good morning, Miss Dar. Belinda Smith is here. Laura says, I'm at my second job, Jacqueline, and I'm just enjoying watching Meri. Oh, thank you, Jersey. I go home in about 2 hours. I hope to make a new journal for May later today. Very cool. Very cool. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Jersey. Jacqueline says, who are you talking to? Angie says, Jacqueline, who are you talking to? And Jacqueline says, I'm talking to everyone. What are you into? She's asking. I'm making chindi tassels on my coffee break. What are chindi tassels? Thank you, Jersey. She says, absolutely precious. Good morning, Lala. Welcome in. Thanks for popping in. Teresa was here earlier. She was one of the first ones in. Good morning, good morning, good morning. There's Dar popped in. Angie's here. Jersey popped in. Lala says, Angie, send me your rain. We desperately need rain. We got rain earlier this week. So I'm just aching to get out in that garden. Get some things, yard work done this coming week and over the weekend. Angie says she's got a big day. She's got to pay bills, go clean a house, take a nap, watch Jacqueline, then Meri. And then I get to go to bed. Aww. Lala says blanket hellos. I'm going to have fiber tassels too. Ooh, that sounds cool. Angie says, I think I'm going to work on some different ones, so I'll have them if I need them. What is she talking about? Flowers? Teresa says, sounds pretty. Wine-colored purple gray tonight papers. All right. Jersey says, the good news. Jersey has good news. She says, the good news is the semester ends next week. And I have 2 months off until July. I can't wait to get crafting. Okay. So, thank you guys for popping into chat. I'm going to have to close this out because it interferes with my picture. Okay. So, this is Bhutan. And I'm going to write that on there in pencil and maybe the ink first. I have to look at the spelling though. B-H-U-T-A-N. So, where's my pencil? And who's going to Bhutan? Gertie. Gertie is going to Bhutan, my little Gertie doll. So let's, whoops, I got into Ireland. What happened to Bhutan? Where did Bhutan go to? Did I delete him? Let me go to trash and see if I deleted him. Well, where's my trash? I sure did. Restore. Oh no. Well, we will do this again. Restore. And now we have to go back to oh, there it is. All right, we'll just leave it there. All right, I want to write Bhutan on here. And it can be a little bigger because there isn't so many letters. B H U T A N. All right. And let's go over that with the B needs be a little bigger. Redo my B. There. I hope I'm not boring you guys. But they need to be done. I hope you all are heading to a good weekend. Spring is here. Get outside, enjoy the weather if it's feasible in your area. We can't always get out there. Sometimes the weather doesn't let us, or we've got a busy life, or something always gets in the way. But I might do a little front porch sitting today and use my journal that I made with Jacqueline's papers. Where's my eraser now? See, I gotta quit throwing things around after I use them, because then I can't find them. Let's erase the pencil marks on the lettering. Okay, let me turn that fan toward me. Ah, feels good. Now I need a drink of water. So this is one thing I wanted to do. Let's come back to this. Is go to my, let's go back to the zebra. And let's go to Firefox and type in, let's do a little geography. I'm sure it's Tanzania. Well, Tanzan. Where is Tanzania? Tanzania is a country. Tanzania is a country located in East Africa, bordering on the Indian Ocean. It is bordered by 8 countries: Kenya, Uganda to the north, Rwanda, Burundi, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo to the west, and Zambia, Malawi, and Mozambique to the south. It's on the continent of Africa, East Africa, near the equator. It's bordered by the Indian Ocean, and it's approximately 945,087 kilometers. Island territory. Tanzania includes Zanzibar Archipelago, a group of islands in the Indian Ocean. And let's look at that map. Whoops. I don't want to search. Oh, it's way down. It's on the lake, on the bottom part in here. So this must be the Indian Ocean in here. Very cool. Now I know where Tanzania is. I don't pay much attention to the Indian countries. My geography is very needs some improvement. Bhutan, Bhutan. 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 Well, I got the images. I'm going to type in where is Bhuta. Of course, you guys all know this. I'm the slow one of the group. I'm just reading the AI overview. Bhutan is a landlocked country in South Asia. It's located in the eastern Himalayas with borders on India and China. It's a small mountainous nation, often described as the gateway to the Himalayas. Let's look on the map. Oh, it's up by India. So here's India and Nepal, and Bhutan is kind of directly on the other side of Nepal and right above Bangladesh. And it's a very, very tiny, very tiny country. It's all in yellow there. And let's see what's on. Oh, Myanmar. Myanmar is on this side, and I think India comes over in there. So, and then China is to the north. All right. So now we know where Bhutan and Zambia are. Let's go back to my picture. So, looking at this picture, when I sketched it out, the very top of the whatever building this is, it looks like a temple, but I'm not sure that it is. At the very top here is, on my sketch, is right up here. So this all in here is kind of brown, but I think I'm going to kind of make it a brown and a blue in here. And my building, this roof line here is right in there, and then I have a roof line, this right here is there. I have a roof line coming down here. It may not be exactly like the picture because there's a lot going on here. And if I were out urban sketching this, it certainly wouldn't look exactly like the picture. And then I'm down in here, there's a roof line there. There's a lot of stacked up buildings. And there's a very thin roof line there. And then it comes down this way. And there's another little roof line in here. And then over on this side, let's see, make sure I've got, there's some trees in here. So this kind of is tree area and rock. And I'll come back to the building. I just kind of wanted to define this side. Now in here, see, they got some blue area and rock and blue in there. I'm not sure what that blue is, but it is on the, I guess it's kind of grayish blue rock, but this looks like, it actually looks like water. So it could be, well, no, China is to the north. I'm not sure what this is, sky? Could be sky in a very mountainous area. So I'm going to do some grays, blues, and browns up in here and blue up in there. And on here, where this temple is right in there. So let me get my brush, and we're going to go for blues and grays. Now I've got a kind of a gray up in there. Let's start with that. Kind of a grayish blue. And let me come back. So we're going to start just putting in some grayish colors in here. And get my towel out here to blot with. And my blue is kind of a darkish blue, but it's not like a, do I have another blue? I think that's black, and let's see what color this is. That could be a green. That's green. That color could come down in here. Oops, I keep getting away from my picture. And I'm going to mix some of that lighter green in there too. I don't want it all dark. Some of this lighter green. And there's actually some of the green coming up this way. All right. I'm going to hit that with the heat gun. It's a little wet. And let's go back to the rocks. The rocks have some light grays and some dark grays. And I think my grays, I have to test out my colors here. I don't know what color that is. Now, is that a green again? Is that another green? It is. Kind of a dark blue, I guess. A blue-green. I don't like two greens like that. They could give me another color other than that. All right, let's go back. Let's go to this yellow ochre and kind of put in some lines in here, some light color in here. fine in there. And then it kind of turns an orangey color. Of course, now I'm only working with what I have. Now, more of a orangey color. And you're never going to get it all, even when you're, well, unless you're very, very talented. It's really hard to define everything on here. But you get the sense of it. Let's go back to my blue again. And let's put some blue. Yeah, I don't have the pretty blue that I want here. I'm going to have to kind of wash it out a little. And I need another towel. It's really a darker blue. It's not a pretty cerulean blue. So I don't like that at all. Let's see if I have... Hold on a minute. I might go to my other watercolor set, my Winsor Newton, and see if I have a different blue. Hold on. And I always had trouble opening these. Let's see what colors I have. These tend to want to fall out of their space in here. I don't see, I guess maybe that blue. Not me. Put this one back in here. He's being stubborn. All right. Let's test out this blue. Where is it? Right here. Oh yeah, that's the more of the blue that I want. It's a little bit flat though, but it'll do. And I'm going to bring it down into here. Maybe if I blot that all. It's almost a greenish blue. It's not really the blue I want either. It's hard to get the right coloring sometimes, but you get the idea. Now, so let's go back to that dark green. Put in some dark areas in here. And that. Come back to that blue. Now, that's good. I'm going to keep this out, but I need to set it aside. Now, let's do some more of this, kind of some yellow ochre. Oh, this brush isn't the one I want. This one goes back in there. I want this brush. About time to change my water again. Let's put some yellow ochre. I think I messed up on that line. Let's see where I'm at up here. Comes this way, and then kind of like that. And my yellow ochre comes underneath. And down in here. And then there's some sort of tannish building going on in there. And then there's some windows in here. 3 of them. Kind of a... And we're just going to add some hints of something in there. All right. Let's go with the brown. Kind of put in. I'm not getting it all on here, but that's kind of okay because to do some pin work in there. A dark brown. Underneath that roof. Underneath of this roof. And there's actually some buildings up in here. Kind of put some windows in there, some sort of a there. All right, let's go back to my gray, and that's gonna be dark. I'm gonna empty my water. Brush. Get some clean water. Once I get my pen lines on there, you'll see that a little bit better. The reason I'm getting clean water is that I want to put my brush in the white. I'm going to sneeze. Oh. Achoo! Achoo! Excuse me. Excusez-moi! Clean my hands a little as I sneeze. And it's really interesting how dark it is up here. How dark it is in there, and then the rocks kind of turn brown. So I want to put some white in here. Get a different color of gray. in there, and maybe some of the, well, some of the dark. And it's really kind of a darkish blue too, which I think is this one. I'm going to actually go into some blacks in here too. I'm going to rinse this brush out of my other water, my dirty water. Okay, now let's get some of this brown and come in here. And when I get my pen work, I'm going to take that color and blot it a little more here. When I get my pen work done, it'll bring out that building a little more. Let's take some green and I think I'm not happy with my blues. I don't have the pretty blue that is on this picture like that. Let me hit it with the heat gun and do some pen. Well, let's do the lettering first here. That wasn't the one I was using. And we're going to do that in this orangey red too. So Gertie went to Baton. My little dog Gertie said, I'll go to Baton there in around India and China, and we'll sketch a building for you, Mary. Well, actually, it's for the swap. This towel's in my way. Now she doesn't have zebras that run away, so she can spend as much time as she has on her itinerary. But she's got other things she wants to explore in Bhutan. So she's just doing a quick sketch of this building. But she's unhappy that she doesn't have that pretty bright blue in her color set. All right. Now let's hit it with the heat gun. I got unplugged my heat gun. I did. Pulled it right out of the plug. let's get my pen out. And let's do some pen work on that building so it shows up a little more. Actually, there's more than one roof line up here, but I can't get them all on my little ATC. And it's a little bit out of perspective, but it gives you the hint. The hint. And there are some circles in here. And that building kind of comes way back into there, but and then there's another roof line coming up this way. And there's where I kind of lose track because I'm down in here. I've lost track of this area. I did not define it too well. But you know what? Not everything in a watercolor needs to be defined. You just need to put in some pieces. Let's put a line there because it gets really complicated and detailed up in there. There's another little building, a tower building coming up this way, kind of. And he's just kind of up in the sky. And then there's, might have to put some more orange stripes in there. But let's go back to these windows, because they're pretty prominent. And then there's really another orange stripe in there. And then there's kind of a white space in there. And another area in there. And then we get into this area. And I've lost it in there because there's some building, there's some windows and some stuff going on back in here. But I'm pretty happy with it. Trees coming down that way. There's a big old black dark area in here. We'll just kind of, and it looks like sort of a tree going up this way. All right, and yeah, I think that's as detailed as I'm going to get on this because it's so small. It is very, very small. You need to do, when you do one in detail with art, because a camera can take a picture and reduce it, but your hands, when you're watercoloring, you can't you can't get all that detail in. You can do your best, but she only has so much time to urban sketch. She's moving on. She wants to go shopping. I think I'm going to call it done. I think I'm gonna call Bhutan done. Yeah, I gonna hold it up a little higher there. It's a very detailed building. I'm not sure I'm exactly happy with it. It needs some more windows and roof lines. Just some little windows up in here. There's just a few windows in here. We'll put some in there. Alright. If I do much more to it, I will mess it up. So I'm gonna stop. Now let's put the black lines around it. That was kind of a hard one. I think I did better on the zebras, to tell you the truth. But it depends on how you feel sometimes about your picture and everything. It's not bad. Go. I think I need to bring that building out a little more. Let's grab some of this color. That darker green. Even though that's brown up in there. Let's grab some darker colors here to make this pop a little bit more. Not quite happy with it. I'm not happy with the how complicated that building is. Maybe some more of those orange stripes. Dark orange, the orange stripes in here. That's not the right brush. Oh, I can get any color on that. Yeah, I think I'm a little bit happier with it. Stop, Mary, stop! Alright. There's Bhutan. Gertie went to Bhutan. Let me come out and look at chat. Where's Bhutan? Bhutan is kind of a complicated affair. Okay, let me come out and look at chat. I always lose my chat filter. Top messages. Chat filter. All messages. Dar says, still here, Angie girl. I had to put away the groceries. Somebody got groceries today. Hi, Brenda. Brenda Ashford, she says, it looks good, Mary. I'm working on my ATCs. I've got stuff to stick down, but I need an atlas to make my plan work. I haven't found a used one. I may just go to the library and print random maps. That sounds like a plan. Hi, Jen. Good morning, Kitty Jen. Angie says, I hope I didn't run it. No, when I get to working on this stuff, you know, people are busy, Angie. It's not you running folks off. People get busy, you know. They don't just sit and say, oh, let's just listen to Meri. You know, they say, I've got washing to do. I've got breakfast to make. I got to make the beds and clean the house and do the laundry and go to the store, you know. So I understand. So, Angie, it's not you. And when I kind of go into my world, I have to go into my world to get anything done. So, yeah. I understand you guys. Let's see. Brenda says, that should have been 10,000. Wait, what is she talking about? Some local businesses donated money, so school didn't have to pay the balance. Let's go up here. What is she talking about? Brenda, what are you talking about? Let me go clear up to Brenda. Let's see. Brenda says, Angie, they should have had an alternative venue. My youngest daughter's prom was open air. These committees have to reserve space up to a year ahead and pay rental ahead of time. But they need a plan B. Had it rained, my daughter's prom would have been in the high school gym. Fewer decorations and not as pretty of a setting, but the kids would stay dry. Luckily, they had good weather. Let's see. Also, the kids had to pay for her prom tickets for her. So $20 if they went stag and $30 for a couple. Pays for rental, food, charter bus, and decoration. School collected about $6,000 from the kids. The prom cost around $10,000. Oh my goodness. Also, we collected about $1,000 more than we needed. It went in fun to jumpstart next year's prom. Wow, Brenda. Meri, read up. I'm talking about the prom, not your crafting. Aww. I just read up. It took me a minute, Angie. Glenda says, hi, Jen. I hope I didn't miss you earlier. Angie says, it is way what I said. I hope I didn't run people off. Oh, off of the prom? Out of the prom? Oh, okay. I got it now, Angie. Yeah, I kind of spot read when I read these comments, so I don't follow all the conversations because I'm off in another world. Kitty Jim says, every year was Disneyland except the year I graduated because the other school ruined it. That by breaking the rules the year before, getting both schools kicked out of for a period of time. Oh, no. Angie says, I never heard of someone having to buy a ticket to go to their own prom. They should go for free. I didn't have to buy one to go to mine. Yeah, I didn't either. I only went to my junior prom, and to tell you the truth, I didn't really have a very good time, so I skipped my senior prom. You know, it's a small school. You know, I didn't have a date or anything. I just didn't have a good time at all, so I skipped the senior prom. I was able to do some artwork, all hideous artwork, a statue in the park, very big old chalk drawing type thing. They put up with my art back then. Oh. They're saying good morning to Jacqueline. Angie says the kids have to buy tickets to go to their prom. Now, to me, that should be free. I agree with you, Angie. She says those seniors went 12 years, and their last day of school should be a remember one. They shouldn't have to pay. Oh, there is Legia. Legia, if you're out there, listening in. Let's see, this is Friday. You might have to go to work. She popped in and said hello, but she's probably busy with some other stuff out there. Angie says, I'm just buzzing. The prom is tomorrow night for the juniors and seniors, and they are having it in a building that has no roof, and it's going to rain. They were told to bring their umbrellas. Oh, I would be mad too, Angie. Brenda A. come in. Brenda Smith is here. Lala had to move on. She says, I have to pick my daughter up. She's having a severe asthma attack. Excuse me. I'm not having an asthma attack. I just need to cough a little. Need a drink of water. All right. I'm going to move on. It's 7:40. This is Friday. I can go a little later if I want. I don't know if I want. I'm on my third one out of 6. Let's do the English pub, or the Irish pub. But I'm kind of disappointed. I wanted blue sky up there. So this is the Irish pub. And I didn't know what on teach tea. This is T's. I thought it was B's. Becky looked that up. She said it's a tea. It's a bed and breakfast, Mary. So I'm not happy with my blues. I have this other set here. Let's see if it has a pretty blue in it. Neither one of those sets had a blue that suited me. The blues aren't brilliant enough for me. Let's see. Where's my brushes? I'm going to test my blue here. Get my ruler out of the way. My water. Don't spill your water. Well, it's a little better. Still not the brilliant blue that... It must be hard to get a pretty bright blue. See, like that. I wonder if I mix a little white. White, though, kind of makes it grayish color. Let's try a little white in there. Maybe the white next to it. Just not suiting me. My blues. My blues are not setting me. I'm blue about the blue. And I'm going to do the pub here. So the bed and breakfast, I want to call it a pub. See, that just looks so... It's not that brilliant blue that... I haven't found a blue that suits me. Let's plot that. Come in with this one. See if this one's any better. It just doesn't suit me. Those blues do not suit me. It looks better if I blot it. All right. I'll come back to that. I put this one over here too. I have all my watercolors out. Alrighty. And my water is getting a little murky again. Okay. So, I'm going to get my pencil out and write Ireland. Ireland is Roxanne went to Ireland. So let's put Ireland in here. And I'm going to outline that in black and erase my pencil lines first. If I can find my... Now they have a gravel road there, or a brown road. I might make mine green, because there's a lot of green in Ireland. Now that printing up on that sign, I don't think I can get and teach teas all on here. I think I'll just put the word teas in there. Because my sign, because it is so much smaller. And I'm going to bring it in a little here. And it's going to be kind of hard to read it because I don't have space. I don't have space. That's good. And then there's a door here. And a red hole in the door, and it looks like it kind of has some wooden panels in the door. And it's kind of framed out. And then there's a sign here, and it says Guinness Gotchla or something like that. But I'm just going to put the little tea glass. I think they're tea mugs. I'm just going to put 3 in there because I can't get any more in there. And then over here is a window. With a flower box. And then you can't see it, but there's a planter hanging down. A bucket planter hanging there, and one hanging over here. And then there's some sort of a round circle there, and something, a little something here. I don't know what that is. And then there's a bicycle. This is the tire. And there's some spokes and the seat. And the bars and the chain level. And the handlebars. something like that. And then the roof line is up here, and it's kind of irregular. And the roof line there, and then it's got these kind of little, I don't know what, I guess they're tiles. I'm not sure what the roof is. Kind of tiled. And the door comes down further, kind of like a little doorway in there. All right. And there's just nothing over here except for brick. But I think I'm going to start making the ground green in here for Ireland. There's my zebra. There's the picture. I lost the picture. Well, we'll find it. Here it is. All right. That's not what I want. Let's go to this one. So Roxanne found her way to a bed and breakfast in Ireland. Roxanne is who this passport is for, my little Roxanne doll. Of course, all the passport information is on the other side. Will be on the other side. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. Now the roof is kind of, I'm going to make that yellow, kind of a yellow ochre color. Their yellow ochre color. It's more of a tan. And I'm going to put it in pretty dark, and then I'm going to blot it. Let's blot that. Yeah. And then I'm going to grab some of this gray and come underneath of the roof area there. And then if you could look at the siding on the house, it's got little gray, kind of little gray lines here and there. Just very light. And the door is red. Now I'm going to blot that too, I think. And of course there's that black. Let's blot that. And then it gets darker. A little darker brown up in there. It doesn't show much. And red around the sign. Now she's out urban sketching, so she doesn't have a whole lot of time to get it perfect. That's my excuse. The wind's blowing in her face. But she's doing her best. And then the window is in red, the sign is trimmed in red. Yeah. Little red bucket there with some green plants hanging out of it. Let's grab this gray again. Gray in those windows a little. And let's put some green plants kind of in here, if I can. And the bicycle has hints of red on it. We're going to give it a red bicycle seat. The bicycle seat is really white, but we're going to make it red so it'll stand out. We'll give it a red, some red bars here. Alright, we really need that pretty blue. I don't have a pretty blue. I'm disappointed with my blues. Let's see what Kurtaki has for blue. I've used my blues just aren't pretty. I'm very unhappy with the blue. Maybe I'm just picky. They just aren't that pretty bright blue that I like. Cobalt blue. They look more gray to me. Let's try this color. Blot it. Now, this sign, I'm not happy with my printing there. I'm going to darken all of that out, and then I'm going to come in with my, I think my fine liner, and write that word with my fine liner, because even with my Sharpie, that's all blurred together. So I'm just going to take my pen and darken this whole sign out, because it's all black. And I'm not going to use a white pen because I have found that inks kind of soak into whatever background they're in, and I think my acrylic, I have the best luck with my fine liner when I want a bright white. Alright, so let's kind of define this a little more. It needs a chain, a hub, some spokes. This seat, it is a girl's bike. Yeah. Not too bad. Let's print Ireland on there. Not that one. now. Find my fine liner. I usually keep it over here in one of my shelves. Which shelf is it on? Here it is. And ouch. Hold the phone, let me get it going here. It's gotta... I'm not sure it's gonna... There's my swatch paper. I'm not sure it's going to do the job for me this morning. I don't have a good needle. This one better. That's the thing with these fine liners, you have to keep the nozzle clean, and I'm not good at that. I'm not good at it. Let's go in at it this way now. Now it's clogged up in there. Ouch! That hurt. That pen has glue on it, so it isn't going all the way down. But it's still clogged up. I bought some new tips, but they're out in the other room somewhere. Yeah, it's really plugged up in there. Mary's gonna stop and clean this. It's getting better. sort of. Gunk. I don't know if I can get it all out. It's right in there. You should wash these out as soon as you get done using them, Meri. Shame on you for being so lazy. You deserve this. See, there's a bunch of gunk in there. If I can get it out. No wonder it's clogged up. Can't get a hold of it. So I should be able to look through here and see the tiny pinhole. And I sure don't. Although it's going in further. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty clogged up. Finger. Yeah. Let's try this one. I happen to think I had two of them. This one might work better. I'm going to have to, I think I can clean this out, but it's going to take me some effort because it's plugged up right in there. Let's see if this one works. I'm going to take this, and you don't want to soak it in Murphy's oil soap, because that will melt your glue. I happen to remember I had 2 of them. I think I grabbed the wrong one. Let's see if this other one works better. Let's clean my desk off here. Yeah, we got a couple more towels. Let's see if this one works at all. Feels good. See how much paint is in it. Yeah, so it looks pretty empty. Thank you for your patience, but you can see what I go through. You can see, do you want to handle all this with trouble, or do you just want to use I'd use the paint pens, but I'm not happy with the paint pens. I always find after those paint pens, I always find that it soaks in, and I'm much happier with the fine liners. This is a pretty fresh paint. It's not too bad. Oops. Let's see if I can shake that down a little. Might be too much. Oh, it's settled. Let's see if this one works. Yeah. All right, we'll go with that one. Move that off. I'm going to put in some clouds up here. And I'm going to blot that. And then I'll come back in with some more blue on top of that. Let's write the word tease. I guess I'm happy. Put some more blue on those clouds. I'm not happy with my blue. If I were a rich lady, I would order me an entire set of Daniel Smith or Liquitex or whatever. I'm not a rich lady. It's not a bad, it's not too bad. And I'm always happier with my art after I go away for a while and come back. I always kind of get into what I'm doing, and I see it differently if I go away for a while and come back. Let's put a little dark blue. If I can get a hold of it. No, that's on my brush. There. All right. I'm going to hit that with the heat gun. And I think I'm about ready to call this one done. I hope I'm not boring you guys silly. What time is it? 8:22. I got a little time left. I'm getting tired of doing these, so. I like to mix it up with my art. I don't like spending hours and hours and hours on one thing. I get bored pretty easy. Let's put some lines. Now I'm not going to put a line on the Ireland, I don't think, because it'll convolute it. I think I'm just going to start in here. I might come underneath of the Ireland a little, we'll see. It needs to go up a little bit higher. Let's see where my pen is. I guess I feel like those black lines kind of frame it off. I'm so wanting to put one there, but I don't feel like there's room. But what I need to do maybe is put a little bit more of a dark line around these. And I think I kind of got away from my doing the light watercolor thing. I got a lot of color on there except for the white of the building. I'm happy with it in the long run. Let's fix these mugs a little. Here. There. And maybe define that window a little bit better. All right, I'm going to call it done. So, Roxanne went to Ireland. That's this one. Pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. All right, so that is the third one. We did the giraffe. Tanzania, we did the giraffe, we did the Ireland, and we did the Bhutan. I'm pretty happy with them in the long run. It just takes, when I'm into it, I always see things I want to change and do and all of that. All right, let's move on. I don't know if I can get the other three done. Let's see what they are. Well, I'm not going to do Randy because I'm not happy with the fish. We got a snorkeler there, but I put a fish, but I'm not happy with my fish. So I'll come back to that. I'm not going to do this one today. We got Susie at the Inca Trail here, which is another challenge. Let's do the camel. Who went to South Africa? Betty Boop went to South Africa. The camel's going to be fun to do. Let's do the camel. And she is right here. Only I'm not going to put the person on it. I'm just doing the camel. All right. So, see that pretty blue? I don't have, that's not mine. I just don't have that pretty blue. The blue is such a flat color. I'm just not happy. I'm going to get clean water again. Just not happy with my blues. And three sets here. I'm not happy with any of them. And the Kurtakis. Blue is not ringing a bell with me today. It's not that pretty bright blue. Alright, but let's start with the blue. See, it's just more of a flat color to me. Let's mix some white with that and see what happens. Almost looks green to me. Is that a green? That's the green. We got a green sky. I put green in the sky. I don't want green. Messed it up, Mary. The blue is over here. Still not the pretty blue that I'm after. Let's put some white in there. Just, it seems flat to me. It's not a sky blue, it's... All right. I don't think this one is any better. Or this one. Little better. But it's not, it's too dark. Just mix some white with that, turns it gray. All right. Meri's not a happy camper. We'll leave it for now. See the difference? See the difference? Not a happy camper with my blues. Yeah. So we're gonna leave it. Now the sand is kind of a yellow ochre. We're gonna go with this yellow first. Because it's the camel is a tan brown color, so we need to differentiate. A little yellow up in here. And some yellow down in here. When you're urban sketching, you can't take 400 colors with you. You only get 16. 1, 2, 3, 10. And underneath the camel is kind of a gray color. Gray kind of comes in here too. But my sky is gray. I just don't like that. I don't like my sky. Let's blot some of that out. All right. And let's go back in with that yellow again, because that's really a pretty bright yellow. All right. Now, I'm going to, my poor camel, he's kind of, on here he's got so many different shades of brown, and I've only got one shade of brown. And it's not an orangey brown. So, there we go. We're going to mix some color, I think. Let's take my browns and put it in there. Take some of this color. Maybe move some of this over to there. He's really kind of an orangey brown camel, and my yellow is beginning to look orange to me. Let's try this. What is this color? That's blue. And I think this is the green. Oh, that's blue too. One of them's green and one of them's blue. I don't have the colors I want. Let's go to my other set here and see what I have. A reddish brown. That's better. So that brush isn't the one I want. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard to define this camel too. I'm going to kind of put him in brown first and go in and add the detail. He almost gets black in there. I'll have to put some darker colors in there. I'm just trying to get some color in there to start with. Mess this part up. Poor little guy. It's kind of hard to draw him on a little ATC. I'm not happy with my yellow. It looks awfully dull to me. A brighter yellow. See if I can't add some more. And another thing, I am not using professional watercolor. I'm using student grade watercolor. So that's another reason why you can't get those really vibrant. It has pigment in it to a certain point. I'm not getting my colors the way I want them. Alright, I put that wash paper over here. Find out what colors I have here. That's blue. It's a darker brown. Now I'm going to imagine that there's shadow in here, but my person is in my way. Now let's go for some more of that reddish brown. Lighter. in the neck area. I blot it. Not sure I'm happy. Let's keep playing with him. I'm not happy with the head and the... I'm not happy with my colors, to tell you the truth. I don't like the colors. I can't get the colors that I want. Let's add some orange to that. Maybe some yellow. No. All right, I'm going to set this down for a while because I'm not happy. I'm not happy with my colors and I'm getting kind of frustrated. So I like my camo. I just don't like the colors that are coming out. When I look at this, it is a deeper orangey color. And I just can't find the right coloring for him. So I'm going to set him down. I think I'm working up a fuss here. I'm going to set him down. And I think I'm ready to move on and do something else for the last hour, because he's not bad. He's just not the color that I want. And even my yellows, see how bright those yellows are? My yellows seem so flat. I think I tend to plaster my, even when I'm out urban sketching, I tend to plaster my colors on my page. Let me grab some more of this yellow. It just seems so flat to me. Maybe watercolor isn't my thing, but I find that generally I never find the right colors that I want. I'm always frustrated with them. All right, I'm going to set them aside because maybe maybe I'm getting myself worked up into a tizzy. Let me empty my water again. And sometimes when I walk away and come back and look at them, I'm much happier. I'm going to set these aside and let all my watercolors dry out. My brushes here all in a pile so that when I come back, that's my pencil, my ink pens. Keep that one out. My pencil, brush. So I'm going to come back and finish him, and I think when I get detail on him too. I'm not happy with my not happy. Let's shut this off for a minute. And this is where I'm at. And see, I was kind of frustrated with that house too, but now that I go back and look at it, it's not bad. So maybe I'll feel that way about the camel once I get it done. Let's put it this way. He's certainly not done. And when I get the detail worked in there, it kind of makes everything pop out. So maybe when I get detail on him, let's bring it out a little like this. I'm going to take a picture of this. When I look at them in my phone, maybe it's just my lighting. When I look at them in my phone, I'm much happier. See, I'm much happier when I look at them in my phone. Oh, they look more dull to you. They look much brighter to me in my phone. I don't like his nose there. I see things. I see things when you look at things in a different way, you see things with a different, like it looks like he's got an orange spot on his nose, but I don't see that here. All right, I'm going to move on. I'll come back to these tomorrow or next week probably. I don't think I'll do them on Sunday night or tonight. I'll get them done by the middle of May. I promise. She's promising. Let's see. I need to move on now. I'm kind of frustrated. I like my zebra, I think, the best. I like the English one too, the English teas. This one's not bad, and maybe when I get this one done, I'll settle down about it. So, I want to put everything back in my cigar box, so I'll have it when I need it, except for my watercolor. I'm going to put my brushes in there, too, except for that big one. Put him back up there. Somewhere. And the pen, throw that away. I think I'll save my swatch card. I'm gonna put one pen in there. Okay. I want to do something else. I gotta move on. Let me come out and look at chat. Oh, I didn't put my cards. What'd you do with them all, Mary? Oh, and I didn't put that in there. I'll keep the eraser out. Well, maybe I'll get it all put away. Scissors go up here. I'm ready to move on and do something else. I always, when I get into a tizzy like that, when I'm not finding it's not working for me, the best thing to do is to stop and move on. Let's come look at chat. Dee-dum-dum, dee-dum-dum, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dum, da-da-da-da-dum-dum. Oh, got the brat out again. Come on, give me my chat. Why does it do that? Let's get rid of my notifications. See, it's not giving me my chat. It's either YouTube or my phone. Oh, let's sit here and look at the Samsung Galaxy screen for a bit. My phone may be doing some upgrading. We'll let that set. I'll reset my chat over here on my notepad. Oh, there it comes. Hello. Hello, Verizon. I did drop my second line yesterday, so that'll help my budget a little. Yeah, it's not ready. It's not ready. There it is. Look, 49 degrees. It's cold out. It's cloudy. It feels like 44. It's going to get up to, no, it's only going to get up to the 58, 59 at 5 o'clock. 54, 56, 58, and 59. It's not going to be a nice day. It's not going to be in the 7. Here it says it's 50. Yep. What is tomorrow going to look like? Tomorrow says it's going to be, it says it's going to get 60 today. We'll see. Looks like some rain predicted. Tomorrow it's going to be 71, 73, 73, 71. It's going to be in the 70s next week. I want to get some yard work done. Weather report. Let's go to YouTube. Let's get rid of my notifications. And let's see if my chat comes up this time. After the ad. Well, my pinned message is there. Where is chat? I'm thinking that's a YouTube thing. I'm thinking YouTube is hiccuping on me. Not on my live. I'm not on my live. There, I'm on my live. My chat is gone. Let's see what it is on my notebook here. Refresh chat. Can't talk to you guys. You won't let me talk to you. There it is. All right. Am I on all messages? Chat filter. All messages. It's YouTube. It did the same thing to you, Brenda? My YouTube has been doing that too. I thought it was just me. Yeah, I thought it was I restarted my phone. So YouTube is having trouble. You know, the video file and the chat file are two different things, and they have to sync them together. That's the way it used to be, unless they've changed things. But that's all done internally. That's why sometimes you don't see your live stream, your chat. Your chat is still processing. You can still watch the video, but you can't watch the live stream. They're two separate entities, and it takes a while for YouTube, the processing, to put everything together. And you have to think, it's not just our channel, it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of other channels going on. It's amazing in a way. Technology is really amazing when you stop to think about it, all over the world. So I guess we can forgive a few hiccups, but it's a little frustrating. Thank you guys for, you haven't been able to see any chat and replays lately. I just have a feeling that it's just because, you know, try next week. They have so much to process. They have so much to process that, you know, that it may take a while for, even though in our current day and age and how fast things process. And then you get these people who batch upload files, streams, like they'll put in a whole month of videos at once. You know, when they do that, they have to process all those videos and do all the checks on them, all the copyright checks and all the security checks and the community checks and all of that, and the thumbnail checks process, you know. And you think of that for one video. Think of when they do a whole batch of a whole month's videos and schedule them all out there. For just one person, that's a lot of work. Think if even 50 people do it. So computers process fast, but I still think that you know, things get clogged up in the system. Thank you, Brenda. She said the camel looks good to me. I thought it was just me. Oh no, that's you. He just needs a little detailing done. I was reading Brenda and Jacqueline at the same time. Brenda says the chats from lives only replay if the host sets it to save the live and chat. That's true too. When you set up your video, you have to be sure to turn that button on to say let chat show. I generally do that, but sometimes too the chat is still processing several hours after your video processes, and you can watch the video but you can't get into chat yet to watch the live chat. I've seen that happen. Then you get all this StreamYard stuff and all the QBS stuff and all the TikTok, and I don't know how all that works with TikTok, but you get, and then there's the shorts and the long form videos and the live streams. And when you stop to think about it, it's really a wonder. It's really a wonder. It's really kind of I kind of stand in awe of it, even though it has a lot of quirks. It's kind of amazing in a way. Hi, Malia. She says, I noticed that. I'll watch a replay and the chat only loads sometimes and then it goes black again and then it comes back. YouTube is drunk. Yeah, I lose my chat quite a bit, Malia, like just what I did a few minutes ago. I'm going, give me my chat. I can't talk to anybody. Might as well be doing my art. All right, let's go up. Mama Juju is here. Hi, April. Mama Juju. Dara's here. Oh, Joyce is here. Was Jane here? Oh, I miss Jane Litterick. She says, have a great day. She's getting ready for her day. I missed, if I could have if I could have seen chat, I might have been able to catch her and say hello. It's all YouTube's fault. Joyce Boring popped in. Brenda says, Joyce, when my adult son comes to cut lawns for us, mom, mother-in-law, and a neighbor, I have to hide my things I snack on. He eats everything in sight and finds my hiding spots. Brenda says, I have beef jerky and some Dove chocolate hidden behind cans of greens. He hates greens. My stash may be safe for a while. You should do a fake can. Take a big can of veggies and leave the label on and fake a lid and then hide your Dove candy in that can of green beans. Oh, Brenda, you're so funny. Jane popped in, says, hi, Dar. Hi, Mary, I'm up early and here you are. Oh, I miss Jane. I hate when I miss people. You like the dark blue? I don't know. I like that pretty cobalt blue. And I don't know if it's because it's cobalt that is, you know, I truthfully think that when you use the student grade colors, they don't use the same pigments and the same minerals and everything to create the color in the first place, because I think it's harder to get. I'm going to check my thinking out on that. Let's go to I want to search here. Well, I think the processing is kind of slow here too. Let's go to, let me get rid of this. Let's just open a new tab. I want to type in what is cobalt blue watercolor made from? I'm just wondering if maybe that isn't a little bit harder to source. Cobalt blue watercolor paint is primarily made from a blue pigment, cobalt blue, PB28, which is then dispensed in a binding medium. Well, that doesn't tell me. Here's more detail. The core cobalt blue watercolor. This pigment is then mixed with binder. The cobalt blue pigment is produced by heating cobalt oxide with other metals like aluminum, phosphorus, zinc, tin, and potassium, according to Jackson's art. Other cobalt pigments. There are variations of cobalt pigments such as green, violet, and then here it gives a brief history. This is a video. I don't want to go into the video. What is cobalt watercolor? Is cobalt blue watercolor toxic to humans? It is essential to note a few pigments are traditionally derived from heavy metals like cadmium or cobalt. They might be found in some professional grade watercolors. These pigments have the potential for toxicity, but the risks are minimal in regular use. What is the difference between cobalt blue and ultramarine blue? See, I think I'm getting more of a, I don't know. I think I get more of a gray blue color on my colors in there. Ultramarine blue tends to be warmer, more violet toned, and cheaper than cobalt blue. See, that's what I'm thinking. See, this word, and cheaper than cobalt blue. I think that there may be a cost factor in there. Why is it cheaper? Is it harder to source? Show more. Granulation, cost. Ultramarine blue is typically cheaper than cobalt blue. So I think that's why in your medium grade, your pigment, your student grade watercolors, you don't get that real pretty bright blue color like what you're wanting. I think that it's a more expensive watercolor. Now, if you go to somebody like Daniel Smith, let's see if I can find any information on Daniel Smith cobalt blue. Let's go back in here. Daniel Smith, they are really good about showing what colors, what minerals and things they use for colors, but I don't know if they'll do it. Let's see, Daniel Smith. I'm going to put in cobalt. Blue. See if I get anything. Watercolor. See what comes up here. Of course, I get all the Daniel Smith Artist Material Cobalt Blue Watercolor. There's a PDF on it. See this? I don't know, it's just a prettier, but still that's not a, this neutral non-staining, but to me it's a prettier color, but to me that's still kind of flat. It's not that bright sky blue. Starting with 10 parts water to 1 part paint by weight, the palette, our chemist paints the top half of the swatch. Oh, he's talking about the swatch here. An inorganic pigment. It consists of non-staining or low tinting and ideal for glazing. Let's see, I'm looking for something of what it's made from. Available in tubes. It's got the skew. Now here's one, cobalt teal blue. Now I like the top, but in a teal is kind of a greenish color. Green. Daniel Smith. Let's go to his menu and resources. Catalog color chart. So I want to look at a color chart. See this, what color is this? Whoops. See, I want a brighter blue. This, well, that's cobalt teal blue. This is, I can't read it, manganese blue. Let's read about the manganese blue, or even the cerulean blue. But let's read about this manganese blue. Let's see what, if they have any information. Daniel. I think I might have to go to Daniel Smith to get that pretty color that I want. Smith. Manganese. Yes, well, they'll understand. Manganese blue watercolor. Let's see if he has any information on it. See, that's a prettier color. So I think it's 8% off there, but still a tube here is $12. Yeah, the tubes here they run, if you buy a full set of Daniel Smith watercolors, even in these smaller tubes, they'll cost you $400 or $500. Then I want to see what here. Cerulean blue. There's cerulean blue. Here. Oh, good substitute for it. Oh, that's on Amazon. Was that other one on Amazon? That's Amazon. I don't want Amazon. Here. Here. Oh, that's a video. Come on, don't you have any? Jackson's Art, Wet Canvas, Reddit. He must not have. Look, the Meri, M-E-R-I, 2 I's, 2 R's, M-E-R-R-I artist. That caught my St. Louis, Liz Steele. Yeah, he doesn't have an article on it, Daniel Smith, that it's finding. Those are the videos. Let's look at this one. Daniel Smith Extra Fine Watercolors. Get rid of my chat. Find your creative inspiration with Formulated to Me, Paint Everything. All colors are available in 15mm tubes. Full catalog color chart. He's got some videos. Fun ways to use our interactive color map. From petals to pastels. Yeah, I think Daniel Smith, or maybe, I don't see an article on it like I did on the royal blue. That's pretty. Let's see. I'm looking to see if there's anything on manganese blue. There's reds, pinks, purples, French ultramarine, cobalt blue, lavender, phthalo, Prussian, cerulean, chromium, here it is, manganese blue watercolor. They calling it a turquoise blue, but that comes the closest to the color it's that I'm looking for. These other colors, I don't want to dig out my cart. They just seem so flat to me. It's a medium staining, transparent pigment, and maybe it's the transparency that I'm after. With wonderful granulating properties, a good substitute for cerulean blue, manganese blue offers an additional advantage. It mixes well with non-staining, semi-transparent to create a mottled texture. True manganese blue, discontinued from product lines due to environmental concerns and a toxic byproduct, has been replaced in Daniel Smith with a formulation which closely resembles it. The result is a safe. So the original manganese blue they had was discontinued, or other products, because of environmental concerns. The result, but they found a substitute, starting with 10 parts water to 1 part paint by weight, and he's talking about what they've done here. They're talking about, he's describing how he did the swatch. And here, this is interesting. I wonder if I can save that image. Let's go to my gallery and open this up. And can I rotate it? Let's edit it and rotate it so I can read it. So here's the different blues. See these colors, the cerulean blue, chromium, see how much flatter they are? This manganese blue here, see the difference in that's a brighter blue. And then they get into the teal blues down here and the turquoises. But this is manganese blue is really the color that I'm after. Now, in here, because I got this from an auction, but this color here looks more like this one. It's flatter, or maybe, well, not as dark as those. It looks more like these cerulean blues, but manganese has a lighter hue to it. So, and then I don't think it's about the same thing on these others. If you could look at them, if you could hold them up, there's not that pretty blue. So maybe if I go to, you know, any place that sells watercolors and specifically look for a manganese blue, I don't know if other companies or have reformulated a manganese blue. So, but I think that's the color I want. That really was an interesting. Let's go back to chat. So next time I go shopping for art supplies, I'm going to look for manganese blue. I've been spending a lot of money on gardening. Let's go back to chat. Maybe I can open my chat. Maybe not. There we go. Did Jane come back in? No, that's Joyce. Let me go to all messages. Put enough cardboard circles on any bottom so the top of the can. Let's see, what are you guys talking about? Joyce says, Malia, have you heard from Shelley? And did Malia answer? I don't see an answer. Brenda says, an older lady mom took care of, asked if I could make her a bean vault. She explained it to me. Take a jar, a soup can, glue circles of cardboard cut to the same size of the can, and beans of your choice. Put enough cardboard circles in any bottom so that the top of the can, when put in the jar, is even with the top. Glue the contraption into the jar. Fill around the can with beans. I thought that the lady went out and hid my snacks. Joyce said, my friend's home was broken into and vandalized. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Joyce. She had this expensive ring in a little folded plastic rain hat, and they dumped the drawer out and they left it. Oh, I'm glad they didn't find the ring. Oh, I'm glad they... Malia says, Joyce, I talk to Shelley almost every day. Is that our Shelley Crafty Mamas? She's doing good. She just has a lot going on. Is that Crafty Mamas that you're talking about, that Shelley? That's good to know, Joyce says. Let's see. I don't think I got off into a spiel there about blue. I think my chat, unless... I think I'm caught up with chat here. Top messages. Chat filter, all messages. All right. It is 9:25. What I want to do here before I leave, I've been working in this packing paper journal, and of course what I want is on the bottom of it all my paint palettes here, my watercolor palettes. I took what I was working on with my stripes and circles and put it. Isn't this luscious? Jacqueline should see this. Isn't that luscious, how these dyed papers? Well, this is not, but all of these stripes and everything are Jacqueline's papers that I'm going to create with. But what I want to do is Dee Dee sent some Happy Mail, and I want to put these community cards and my Nebraska. And let's see. Let's just pull out a community card might be fun to put on my Easter page. Get out of jail free. Go back 3 spaces. Maybe not. Elected chair. When you were elected chairman of the board, you got to pay each player $50. Advanced tokens too. Okay. What I want is a new page, I think. Maybe the back of this one, because I need to finish out this signature. And what I want is a page of Jacqueline's paper to put on there. But this is luscious. This I just want to go in there and play with that stuff. I'm gonna have to take some of Jacqueline's papers and cut them into different shapes. Let me turn behind me. I think I put all Jacqueline's papers in a box. I don't know if I can get to one. Oh, wait, here. Here we go. Which one do I want? Let's try this one. I didn't put them in a box. I moved them over by my red card. Let's see what kind of paper I have. This is what I've been waiting for. Jacqueline, I so want to buy more, but I'm going to have to watch my budget until the middle of May. I don't want to overdraw my account. Let's see what I have in here for beautiful papers. Lovely's Crafting Lounge. Let's see what that feels like paper. That's why I got it out. Let's see what it is. This may have been the, she sent me some, yeah, she sent me some freebies here. But wait, let's pull this out, Mary. She sent me some, yeah, sweet stuff. Some notes. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Some of her packets here. And a napkin. I'm looking for a thank you tab. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, I have to use that. Here. What? I want something, maybe like one of these cards here. Oh, the lavender ones. Ooh, this one. This one. These are just too neat. And then she sent me some of, this was, I don't even want to talk about it. These were those baseball sheets. And let's look at another packet. I'm going to keep my napkin and this out. That is pretty. Maybe these springy colors here. Keep those out. But I'm looking for something else here. It is 9:30. I got about 15 minutes to put this page together. Oh, there's some more. No, that's just the envelope. Let me put this back in. If and I can. Thank you, Jacqueline. Jacqueline's cell information is at the top of the chat message there. She's doing a sale tonight. Let's see. Maybe this package. Hello, I'm what you've been waiting for. One day, couple months ago, both Jacqueline and Debbie's papers boxes came at the same time, and I happened to be out in the yard. Isn't this beautiful? Oh, look at this. Yummy, Jacqueline. Yummy. That's what I've been waiting for. That's what I was looking for. Anyway, I happened to be picking up sticks out in the yard, and the UPS driver drove up, and he pulled out Jacqueline's package, and I said, oh, that's what I've been waiting for. And then he pulled out Debbie F's package, which happened to be books and stuff. It was heavy. Let's see, let's use this. And I want to cut it. And I think I'll punch some circles, cut some circles here, and make some strips. But let me bend this here. Whoops, if I'm come clear down here. Come on down. I'm just going to kind of mark my space here with a bend. It doesn't have to be perfect. And it's not. And then I'm going to tear it. Maybe I can tear it a little straighter than my bend. I'm going to tear it here. And no, a little bit more. Yeah. And I'm going to tear it. Oh, just a little more, Mary. And then, where's my cigar box? I'm going to take that piece that I made, this is my pattern piece. And I guess I left my pencils in the, let's see. I'll do it. I'll call this the back side. I'm going to cut a couple circles like that one. This one. Trace a couple circles. Whoops. And another one. Another one. These will go on my stitched circle page. Bring it over just a little. And then I'll cut strips out of this. I won't get as many, but I'll get some. So this goes with this. Those are circles. I'll put my pattern back in the box so I don't lose it. And I want to cut 1-inch strips out of this. Beautiful paper. 4 p.m. Eastern, I think. Lovely. Jacqueline's channel is called Lovely's Crafting Lodge. She sells dyed papers. She sells other things. Malia, what happened to Teresa's message? Deleted by Meri? I didn't delete your message, Malia. Huh. I didn't delete it. I was over here. Did I accidentally delete Malia's messages? Malia, I am so sorry. It says, yes, crafty. Oh, it's Shelly is crafting mamas. Somehow, Malia's message. And Teresa was timed out? I didn't time out Teresa. I'm going to turn this off. I didn't do that on purpose. Teresa, if you're out there, and Malia, I certainly apologize. I must have bumped my screen. Sometimes my hand bumps things. If you guys are out there, Malia and Teresa, that was not an intentional thing. I didn't notice it until I was cutting this paper. That's all my fault. That's on me. Oops. I'm getting hungry. I want to make some Rice Krispie bars this weekend. What time is it? Oh, I got a few minutes. And I think I can get 2 out of this one. Almost 2. It doesn't have to be perfect. These are going to be woven paper strips stitched together. Beautiful, beautiful papers. Okay, so these, and I'll cut the circles out the next time I work on it. There's some circles here. These are going to go back in the cigar box. This is the kind of a temporary holding. Oh, I love those colors. I just yummy. Yummy, yummy. All right. So what I want to do here is I want to put this on. And I think I'm going to put it on with tape. I almost want to make a flip page out of it, because it's so pretty on both sides. And instead of taping it, I'm going to staple it as close as it will reach in there. Whoops, I didn't get it. Oh, shoot. Ow. I hate pulling out these mini staples. They're hard to get at. But once you get them, it's under my fingernail. You want to throw them away right away so you don't step on them. Get off of my... Alright, let's try this again. Put it right in here. Yeah. Get under both of them there. Up and turn it around and do the same thing. There. Now I have a flip page, but I'm only going to work on the red one today. I'm only going to put some things on it. Of course, it's crooked, Mary. There we go. Now, I want to put a community tab one. I think I'll put the Nebraska. These came from Dee Dee. But you know what? This would look pretty on there too. This. Let's put this over here. Let's put it here. And trim it down a little. Here's my scissors. She stitched this in. She's got a word for it. Something, something, something. Scraps. Trim it a little here. I could just trim the whole pocket. I think Jacqueline is probably at work today. She pops in the morning. All right. That fits, and that's pretty. And I'm thinking, my brother's out there gagging. Grab a couple bobby pins. My version of clamps to hold this on while I work on the other side. No, a little bit more that way. Which one do I want? Go back 3 spaces? Or get out of gel free? There's nothing on the back, so that's good. Let's go back 3 spaces. And the reason I put that on is I want to staple both of these at the same time. And then, where's that graph paper? Come on, I can take these off now. Put that. Let's tear it. Let's tear it by hand. Put that in here. Now, and since this is the end of a signature, I can let it hang out a little. And let's make a pocket out of it. So I'm just going to kind of hold it here. And I'm going to put some easy stapling. Now over here, I could just let it ride and make a pocket. And where's this? Nebraska cowgirl. And I'll find something else to put in there. I don't think I want to put this in there. And I could take this napkin, and it's getting too late for me to do more, but this napkin, this could be painted white. And this napkin came from Jacqueline. It's a beautiful dinner napkin. I could put the roses on here. So I might do that tonight. I'm going to stop here because it's time to say goodbye. But I'm going to do more to this. This is all going to go back in Dee Dee's Happy Mail until I decide to use these again. This I'm going to save. It's too pretty to throw. This, I'll put that in the cigar box with these papers. There we go. So tonight I'm going to probably work in this a little bit more. This is the second signature. I'm doing a packing paper journal. This is all made out of packing paper that came with WF stuff. So I'm going to, I'll have to do more to this. I can put Dee Dee's smiley face on there. I'm going to work on this one tonight. So you all have a really good day. Barb, I think Barb Owen will probably be on this afternoon. I forget who else is on. Is it Dana? Or is she only on Monday nights? Is it Ann, Laura? You guys, if you think of people that you want me to shout out, kind of, on my post tab is a post. You have to scroll down. I'm trying to build a chat schedule. So if you think of somebody you think I should be shouting out, kind of leave a comment on that chat schedule. And if you know what days they stream, it's all live streaming. It's not video stuff. Put a comment on there for me. And I'm going to refer to that. I'm leaving it up there for a while. All right. Have a great Friday. I'll be back on tonight at 7:30. Bye.